Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Heytie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I'm your business moderator.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamela Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker is Edward Fairley. Edward L. Fairley is the founder and CEO of No Love Inc. He brings vast wisdom and experience in relationships, coaching, and counseling service to the company and the world. He is the author of the Handbook for Increasing Your Relationships IQ, a product of years of research into relationship intelligence. No Love Incorporation is a realization of Mr. Fairley's passion for an all-inclusive, discreet, self-serving, proven method of relationship counseling that is fun and simulates real-life experience. Hence, his invention of the No Love board game simulation. Edward also shares elaborate teachings on identifying the true essence of love and practical communication on his No Love podcast. Mr. Fairley has been happily married for 2 decades and has 3 lovely children. I present to you Edward Fairley.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Awesome. I'm so glad to have you here. We're going to be doing a fireside chat with Mr. Fairley. So are you ready?
I'm most certainly ready. Yes.
Awesome. I'm excited to be interviewing you today. My first question for you is, what inspired you to develop the No Love Triangle concept? And how does it form the foundation of your business model?
Great question. So the No Love Triangle concept, I needed a simple way to break down the philosophies of my company, as well as a way to assist in clients understanding and identifying where they are in the process of the relationship evolution process. So that was the reason why I created the No Love concept. And that is the foundation of my business model, because relationships is business. So you can't separate the two, which makes me doing business easy because I am the epitome of what relationships are. And that's what I teach.
That's awesome, because relationships is networking, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Most certainly.
Okay. So my second question is, how did you experience a relationship coach lead to creating the No Love board game as a relationship stimulator?
So what I found as a coach and a counselor is there are 4 hurdles that a counselor has to deal with when they're approaching counseling. 1, people don't want to tell you their business. Surprise. 2, if they do tell you their business, they don't tell you everything. That probably scared me the most, because if you think of it as a physician, if you're prescribing drugs or a solution to someone's problem and they omit something, that could drastically change the actual solution or the drug, which can actually kill them because of what they omitted. And I thought about that as a counselor. If I'm knowingly listening to people who I know and I can sense they're omitting some information, when I share what the solution to the problem is, I could literally kill their relationship, i.e., cause them to have a divorce. And then thirdly, the person that gets feedback first, or an opportunity for correction, so to speak, they typically feel like they're being double teamed and they don't want to play anymore. And then lastly, which makes number 3 bad, is the opposite sex of the counselor typically assumes that you're going to be biased towards the same sex. So if they are the first person that has an opportunity for correction, it only affirms their assumptive bias, and then they really shut down because they say, I knew she was going to be on your side because she's a woman, or I knew he was going to be on your side because he's a man. So what I did was I took years off of counseling, and I took every single thing that I can know, every single thing that I knew about counseling issues, problems, and I created a simulation that addressed all of those issues. So when the person plays a simulation, I don't have to ask them what their problems are, what their business is. When that landing space or that card or scenario makes them feel uncomfortable, that's them telling them that is their problem. And we all know that in the 12-step program, the first step is you telling yourself you have a problem. So if that card or situation made you feel uncomfortable, that's you admitting that that is your problem. And then it has the solution embedded in it, or the counseling, which in turn allows for you to discreetly resolve your issue. So that is what my experience of coaching did to lead me to creating the simulation.
As far as the simulation, do you play it by yourself, or is it with a group of people? Is it with your spouse? When should you use this game?
That's a wonderful question. So the board game simulation, it is from 1 player to a 6 player. So you can play it by yourself. Some people actually just sift through the cards and read, and they get change or opportunity for change there as well. But as I shared, you can play up to 6 people. You can play with a partner. I have clients that are not in relationships. I have successful clients that aren't in relationships that use the concepts that they learn through my coaching in their business to allow for them to succeed in business. Because as I shared earlier, relationships, they bleed over to any kind of business, home, marriage, dating, or being by yourself, because you have to first love yourself in order for you to effectively love another person.
That is so true. I can't wait to get that game.
Okay.
Can you explain your be plus do equals have philosophy and how it transformed your relationship?
Oh, great question. So how do I conceptualize this in a simple way? So for one, to summarize it, the core of your essence of your being, i.e., the be portion, will guide the intent behind your doing or your actions, which will determine what you have or are able to maintain. So let me kind of give you an idea as to how that works. So if my wife is working for 2 weeks overtime and I can tell that she's tired, so by the end of week 2, I decide to set her up with a massage after work, and her favorite meal being prepped and cooked. And after the meal, there's a hot bath or bubble bath set up, and she comes home to flowers and cards. And at the end of the day, I just let her relax and go to sleep. She's going to be appreciative of that, right? Now, let's use the same concept. And then at the end, when she's done, I say, now that that day is done, you see everything that I did. So you know what I expect for you to do for me later. Now I've ruined that entire experience. I've tainted the experience. So what I mean by that, so the being of me and the second scenario was me being a selfish individual who did everything with the intent of me getting something in return. It looked the same. The initial setup or scenario that I gave you, it was a loving gesture. I saw my wife was struggling. She was going through a long week, and I wanted to accommodate her by, for one, showing her that I saw her, two, giving her a way to kind of recoup and rejuvenate herself from a long 2 weeks of working, and I wanted her to rest. That's love. That is a giving concern that I did toward my wife. The second one was all about me. And the being aspect. So typically what we try to do as coaches or counselors, we tell people what to do. But if the core of you is tainted or selfish, then even when I tell you the right thing to do, it's not going to yield you successful results. So we need to work on the core, the being of you, so that your actions align with that being, which in turn will allow for you to have a successful relationship. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. You got to first start with yourself.
Exactly.
You got to first look at yourself before you can be. Wow, that's amazing. Amazing. Look, you just dropped knowledge right there. With divorce rates at 40 to 50%, how does No Love Inc. approach relationship education differently than traditional counseling?
So we kind of address that. We are the only company that has the relationship simulator. So the simplest way to say it is good judgment comes from experience, but experience comes from bad judgment.
Mm.
So
Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
All
Slow
right.
it down for him.
Yes,
One more
yes,
time.
ma'am. So good judgment comes from experience,
Hmm.
and experience comes from bad judgment.
Wow.
You don't learn from success. You learn from your failures. No one can learn from success. You have no idea what caused you to be successful, but when you mess up, you learn that okay, I don't touch a hot stove, it will burn me. That's from a failure, which allow for you to gain good judgment through that experience. So, with our simulation, we've created an environment through gameplay that allows for you to have bad judgment experience, which gives you experience that changes your core and then gives you good judgment because of the experience through the condensed simulated process. So that is where we differ. Most companies or counselors, they're telling you what to do, but they're not assisting in you having a moment of failure that is going to leave you feeling emotional. So through the simulation, you're playing the game, you're going back to single, you literally get divorced. You have all of these experiences. You watch people surpass you through getting in a relationship, getting married. You're still stuck in dating. You get frustrated, you lose 2 turns, you lose 3 turns, or you get a divorce while you're watching everyone surpass you or evolve in their respective relationships. But all of these feelings that come as a result of that are leaving experience, real life experiences. Though it's a simulation, it feels real to you, and you're gathering the information and wisdom through hours, which takes people years and 17 or 6 or 5 relationships to gain the wisdom that you're gaining through the simulation. So that is where we drastically differ from other coaches and counselors.
Wow. So you allow me to look at what I experienced, my hurt, all these things, and then deal with it.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
most
it's all
counselors
embedded
just
in the
tell
simulation.
you how to fix it, but not how do you address what you felt at that very moment.
Which is so cool about it. So when you play the simulation, you don't even have to admit that's your problem. If you have a good poker face, you can feel it and then see how do I resolve this or where did this come from? Because the core, the rooted issue behind that action or circumstance is embedded in the simulation. So you get the knowledge as to how to fix it, where it came from, what you need to address, and you can do that discreetly. You don't have to confess. Your spouse or someone might be able to say, "Hey, that seems like you." But oftentimes when people play the simulator, what I hear the most is you stepping on my toes, or "Ooh, this card is serious." But you wouldn't say that unless you saw yourself in it. And oftentimes when people they're in coaching or counseling, they typically go to coaching and counseling to point to their spouse and say, "See, this is what you need to fix." In my counseling, every testimonial is I saw myself. I saw where I went wrong, which you can fix that. You cannot fix someone else's actions or lack thereof. And that's where true change comes from.
Wow. I like that. I like that it allows me to examine myself, go
It
fix
forces you.
myself.
It's not even
Let
allowing. You are forced. It is a mirror. You have to see
Wow.
yourself. You can't duck it.
Wow, that's amazing. Y'all gotta go get that game, y'all. How does your background influence your unique approach to relationship? I'm sorry. Next question. You just answered that.
It's okay.
What motivated you to write the handbook for increasing your relationship IQ? And how does it complement your other offerings?
So the short answer to that is once I realized, because the book itself came as a result of a failing marriage. So with my marriage failing, I troubleshot my marriage and had these aha moments and realizations that allowed for my wife and I to become best friends when we were really in a dark place and ready to throw in the towel. So when I came to all those realizations and then I started to share those concepts with my circle of friends and colleagues and it helped them, I realized that it wasn't special to our relationship. It was actually universal truths. And we had become the so much best of friends that we became that couple that it got on people's nerves how we interacted with each other. And they were hating on us, but to us, that was a good thing. But I wanted what I was able to have to be shared with everyone else. So I took the time to write out what it is that I realized that was causing the issues in our relationship that allow for us to evolve into best friends and wonderful mates and partners. And I put it in a book. It's called The Handbook for Increasing Your Relationship IQ. It did so well that it ended up being adopted as the prerequisite of marital counseling to other coaches and doctors that ran marriage counseling centers. And then that put me on a speaking circuit. So that is what caused me to become a coach and a counselor, and which in turn evolved into me realizing those 4 things that we discussed earlier that led me to create the board game simulator to complement that. So this actually doesn't complement the other stuff. It helps you to better understand what it is you're going to go through when you play the simulation.
Mm-hmm. Now, you said that you were on the brink of divorce. What made you say, I don't want to go through with this? I got to change something about myself. What made you not get stuck in that moment of like depression, anger, hurt, whatever it might have been? What made you say, I can't go down like this? I don't want to lose this.
That's a great question. Honestly, I wasn't there. So let's start there. I was ready to throw in the towel. We both were ready to throw in the towel. But interestingly enough, at the time of our dark time of our relationship, I was a technician for a telecommunications company, and I was thriving as a technician with that telecommunications company. And I was literally sitting on my fraternity brother's couch because we had such a dark night that day that I left my house and went and stayed at my frat brother's house, slept on his couch. And I was thinking to myself, man, how is it that I'm thriving at work, but I'm failing at relationship? And I realized that what they teach you as far as troubleshooting issues, whether it be a TV, data, or telephone, was go to where the problem is, ask them, hey, what's going on? They'll share. And then from there, you would measure the signal at that location. And then you will work your way back to see if the signal fluctuates until you get to a good signal. If you find good signal, you will find also that it's either a bad line, coaxial cable, a bad splitter, anything in between that's causing issues with that signal's fluctuation. And so if you keep troubleshooting, you'll get to the root of it, fix it, and solve it. So I don't know what made me say to myself, why not take that approach on my marriage? But I did. So unbeknownst to my wife, I started troubleshooting my marriage. The marriage was where the problem was. So I started checking what would cause the issues. And interestingly enough, I found so many things that I was taught to bring to the relationship by professional counselors that were actually contributing to the philosophies that led to us having issues in our marriage. From there, I was smart enough to realize how detrimental those philosophies were, snatch those out at the root, which in turn caused me to have a better signal. But when troubleshooting, you have to find a good signal. I said I found a better signal. So that forced me to actually have to troubleshoot when we were in a relationship because I did not find a good signal. So I started troubleshooting, just thinking about the whole relationship process, how we got there. And then I started and realized a bigger aha moment like, oh my goodness, how did I not notice this thing contributing to what actually caused more problems in the actual marriage? And I snatched it from the root. Because again, at that point, mentally, you're mature enough to start realizing these things are not benefiting the relationship. So I snatched it. Again, I found a better signal, which in turn improved the relationship. My wife doesn't even know this stuff is going on. But I didn't find a good signal again. So I had to go and I started troubleshooting when we were dating. And oh my goodness, I found like, oh my gosh, how in the world did I not see this as a contributing factor to the relationship, which in turn bled over to the marriage? Snatch that at the root. Then it was a drastic change, but still not a good signal. So Now I had to troubleshoot when I was in relationships with other women, and I came to the same conclusions that I came to with my wife, which again was not the good signal, which forced me to have to troubleshoot myself. And there I found a lot of insecurities. There I found a low self-esteem. And there, with the mental maturity that I had, I was able to identify how ridiculous the thought processes that led to my low self-esteem and insecurities were, snatch those at the root, fall in love with myself, become a friend of myself. And then that bled over to a good signal, which transitioned over to our relationship. And we have been the best of friends ever since. So that me being a technician is what led me to being what it is that I am now.
Wow. Started with yourself. You ain't point
And it
fingers at
all
her. You
started
looked
with
at
myself.
you.
Exactly.
You looked at your past experience. You looked at past relationships.
Exactly.
And found a solution.
Now remember the theme now. All my testimonials are I saw myself. So clearly I've taken my process and I've subtly put it inside of the simulation so that they too can go through the same process that I went through so that they can see themselves snatch everything from the root and then find love and friendship for themselves and then let that bleed over into their relationship.
Awesome. Awesome. And then you also said, so this is all in the handbook also that they can get also along with the simulation to build on.
So you can get the handbook first. Yes, ma'am. So what I found with the handbook was it was foundational. I thought I would be able to solve the problem through the book, but then people kept asking me, well, when's the next one? Now, as flattering as that sounds, I'm very critical and hard on myself. So I'm like, why would they ask for more if I took care of the problem? But what I didn't. I gave them surface level stuff, and we needed to go deeper, which is where the coaching came from. And then from the coaching came the actual simulation, which gives them a tangible and practical process that they can go through to get the results that the book laid the foundation for.
That's awesome. Awesome. Because we all want to know, how do I come out of this?
How do I? Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
What is the solution? How do I get free from this? How do I get a better business? So that's awesome that you notice that the handbook was surface level. Now the simulation means I got to go deeper.
Most certainly.
I like that.
Yes, ma'am.
How does No Love Inc. differentiate yourself in an industry with low barriers to entry?
Well, again, we've already kind of just said the simulation. There's no company that is doing a simulator, and conceptually, what we do is we match it. We call it a relationship flight simulator. So you know how pilots don't have to learn how to fly by crashing real planes. So now we've made it so that couples don't have to learn how to make their marriages soar by crashing into real divorces. So that's all we're doing. We've simulated the relationship process so that people don't have to really experience the tragedy of relationship in real life. They can get all of the training, do all of the failing through the simulation to avoid doing it in real life.
Awesome. How do you balance being both a relationship expert and a business owner?
Honestly, there's nothing to balance because relationships is business. So a lot of my clients are successfully single and use my concepts in their business. Actually, I was invited, one of my first clients, she did so well with the philosophies of my company that she ended up having NASA, which is who she worked for, hire me because they were having manager to employee issues. So I was hired to work for NASA to resolve their camaraderie issue and she just had me repackage the stuff that I told her in our relationship to make it business jargon, but it was the same exact stuff so that I can be hired into NASA to assist them with their communication issues, because it was really communication issues. So that's what I did. So I say all that to say relationships are in business, relationship is in your family, relationship is in your relationship, relationships are everywhere. You have to know how to relate, communicate. And for one, you have to love yourself to even be able to present yourself in a manner that you'll be received by others. So I don't
Awesome. I
have to
like
put
that.
on many hats. I only have one hat, which works everywhere.
Which is relationship.
Relationships. Love.
That's what it all
really.
boils down to.
Love is what it really boils down to.
Yeah. What strategies are you using to position No Love Inc. as a preventative rather than reactive solution?
Good. So yeah, again, the simulation, it's allowing you to fail in the game so that you don't have to fail in real life. That is proactive. That is getting ahead of it and having you prevent the failure in a game before it happens in real life. It doesn't get any better than that. To be able to fail quickly and remove all of those years of failure with real people by playing it through with a fictitious person in a simulation so that you don't have to bring that to your spouse or your future spouse, rather.
I like that. Practice before you fail.
There you go. Yes,
Read about it before you fail. Think about it before you go through it. I like that. What inspired you to focus on relationships as your business niche?
I love to teach. That is ultimately what I am. I am a teacher. I simulate everything. This simulation is not the first simulator. As far as my children, I simulate life. One of the things that bothers me the most is to hear a parent say, "That's okay. You'll get it when you get out in the real world when you grow up." I'm like, why not bring the real world to them? Simulate it in your household so that when they get to the real world, they're already equipped and they're like, "Oh, this it was hard at my house." This is simple to me. So that is how I my philosophies as far as life and everything, even down to my home. My job as a husband and as a father is to make my children and my wife as independent of me as possible. I think that's the most loving thing that I can do. I'll do anything for my children and my wife after I know they can do it for themselves. Because the last thing that I want them to do is if I transition, if I die first, for them to have to find a replacement of me because I did not equip them with the ability to do what it is that I was able to do for them. So I think that's probably the most loving thing to do. Not to mention, if I am not needed, then I know for certain that I'm wanted when chosen.
Wow.
And a lot of times,
wait. Say that again real slow because a lot of people want to be needed.
Exactly.
So say that again.
If you are needed, you don't know that you're wanted. Matter of fact, that's why a lot of people who are wealthy have a hard time getting relationships because they don't know if they're being used for their finances or what have you. So they typically date people who share their same career path or their wealth so that they can at least have some kind of sense that I've actually been chosen. So I say all that to say I equip my children and my spouse to be able to do what it is that I'm able to do so that I know that I'm actually wanted as opposed to needed. I don't want to be needed. And I don't want them to actually get in a relationship where they feel like they need someone. That actually is choosing someone out of desperation, not even choosing someone. That's needing someone, literally. So if I create an environment that allows for you to love yourself and equip yourself to be self-sufficient, then your choices are actually choices. They're not desperate decisions.
Wow. You
So
equip
I
and
say all that to
train.
say that's why my niche is that. I'm very passionate about it. I love love, and I know that love literally conquers everything. If I solve the love issue, then I solve every other issue.
Wow. That's awesome. To equip and train someone is love.
Oh my gosh, yes, most certainly.
Wow. To give them
Think about
skills.
people who leave and they have to do GoFundMe's and everything like that and scramble to try to survive because you did not equip them to do what it is that you're able to do. I hear it all the time. Oh my gosh, my wife is on a vacation with her job. I haven't had a home cooked meal and I don't know what. Hold on, you're a grown man or a grown woman and you haven't eaten properly because your wife is gone? Or the alternate, oh my gosh, I gotta wait till my husband gets back because the grass and stuff needs to be cut, or the car's acting up. Like, you don't know how to take care of that, which again means you're waiting for someone to replace that person to accommodate a need or a void that they left because they did not equip you with the information that they had so that they can move and be fine with you going. I'm not saying I want them to want me to leave, but I want them to be okay and decide to get someone else, not need someone else because I transitioned.
Wow, that's a nugget right there. Put that in your next book. Put that. Can you share a success story that validates your unique approach to relationship education?
Oh boy. It doesn't sound like a success story, but it's my favorite success story. So I had a client who I knew before it happened that he was settling. And he chose this young lady and he moved her all the way from Maryland to Washington State and suggested that this is who he was going to end up with and be in a relationship with. And with that, he brought her all the way over there and they rented my game because at the time I was renting out the simulation for people to use and also to gather data and to prove that it worked. They rented the game, played the simulation, and realized through the simulation that they were not compatible. They were not the ones for each other. And he moved her from Washington State all the way back to Maryland. And they severed the relationship, which caused them to prevent themselves from investing in assets, having children, and all of those things that come with making a decision such as that. And then he ended up, because from there he started listening to the podcast, reading the books, and we conversed a little more. And he finally found his correct spouse, or the person that he was supposed to be with. And they've been married now for 3 years because of that philosophy. So he used it, realized he was in the wrong relationship, severed that relationship, which in turn, because he had the foundational information, he was able to find the right person. And now they are a success story because of that. So that's my favorite testimony.
That's an
That it
amazing
prevented a
testimony.
relationship from coming to pass. that shouldn't have been in the first place.
That's so awesome. What role does self-awareness play in your relationship coaching methodology?
It plays a major role. And the crazy thing about it is you'd be surprised. Many people are not self-aware. So let's think about it like this. People are looking for someone to give them or sustain their happiness when they're not even self-aware enough to give themselves happiness. So if you can't make you happy, how in the world do you expect another person to be able to give you happiness or even assist in sustaining? Because to be honest with you, happiness is a choice. And for you to look for it from someone else, that is a whole nother conversation, which this show does not have enough time to unpack. But self-awareness, if you can't articulate why you don't like this, why you feel this way, why you're not happy to where you can resolve it, then that's foundational, which is why that's the first thing we do. So when I have a couple, they come to me and they're married. We've been married for 15 years. One of the first things they say is, when we're playing a simulation, why are we starting in the dating phase? Everyone starts in the dating phase. Everyone starts the dating phase, dating, relationship, marriage, and then ultimately you get to know love. That's how the game evolves, and that's how the simulation works. So I asked them a simple question. I said, if you were to trip where you are right now, so you're standing up, you trip, will you fall right there or will you fall forward and land somewhere else? And they'll say, I'll fall forward and I'll land somewhere else. And then, so what happens is we trip, as I discussed, the whole process of my dating process. We tripped at dating and we landed in marriage. So when we look up, we think that's where the problem lies. No, it's not how tripping works. We have to go back to where we tripped, start dissecting what caused us to trip back here and land here, and snatch all those things out of the root, and then get to the ultimate goal, which is a happy or successful marriage. And I always tell my clients before we start, my job is not for you all to stay together. My job is for you all to love yourselves. Now, if you loving yourself causes you to stay together, then I win. If you loving yourself causing you to separate, then I win. Because ultimately, you need to love yourself. And ultimately, what we want is for you to live together harmoniously as individuals.
That is so awesome. How do you address skepticism from couples who think board games can improve relationships?
Sit them down and let them play the simulation. But honestly, the evidence is in the games. That's actually one of the most popular things that are going on right now. Playing board games, that's one. So now we've created an environment that allows for you all to come together, not so intrusive. You don't have to share your information, and now we can subtly address these issues. That's one. Two, one of the biggest things when it comes to YouTube is do it yourself. Now I've given you a tool that allows for you to do it yourself. You get to play and indirectly resolve your issues without having to share your information with someone else. So I've literally snatched every excuse as to why you don't go to counseling, because it seems taboo and you don't want people to feel like you're crazy or whatever the stigma is behind what you say counseling is. I've taken all that away. You can suggest that you're just playing a game. Now I've taken away all the barriers that you typically would have to deal with, so that you can now just go into something and really see and identify yourself to cause a successful change of events and change of situation. Not to mention, if I put you in an environment to where you feel now you can make a change of yourself, you have control. But if you're still struggling, trying to get him or her to change, you have zero control in that. You cannot control another person, but you can control you. And if I show you that you are the issue, that gives you empowerment that you can resolve. Your dad's not going to come back and apologize. Your mom's not going to apologize for what he or she did. The people that you actually think ruined your life, they don't even think that they did. They're sleeping well at night. So if I give you the ability to see that you can determine whether you're happy or sad and start loving yourself, I have given you empowerment that allows for you to change your situation, because now you have changed your perspective, and now you're empowered to actually shift the dynamics of your circumstances.
Wow. So you're responsible for your happiness, not no one else.
That's literally a landing space. You lose a turn because you assume that your happiness is your spouse's responsibility. You lose a turn for that.
And then people that hurt you, they're not going to come back and say, "Ooh, I messed up," because they don't even know.
If you do say that, you just admitted that you have a problem. So you can do that. It's not a bad thing, but you don't have to.
Wow, this has been an awesome interview today. Like, I have really got some nuggets I'm going to share with a lot of people. I want to just thank you. I want to thank you for your expertise. I want to thank you for your passion. I want to thank you for just coming and being a part of our show. So I want to give you the opportunity to share with the audience, how do we get in touch with you? How do we buy the game? How do we get the book?
Perfect. So the simplest way is knowloveinc.com. That's KNOWLOVEINC.com. So right now we are waiting. We have 1,005 units that are coming from China. So you can also email me at edwardlfairley@knowloveinc.com, and I can accommodate pre-orders that way, because we're as far as the site is concerned, we're holding off on allowing people to purchase the actual simulator until it actually comes, because I don't like to hold people's coins up like that. That's a very sensitive topic. So I'll give you the pre-order information through that email, and then from there we'll let you know when it arrives. It's scheduled to arrive around February the 20th. That's when we'll start distributing locally, and then we go from there. The book is available anywhere. You can go to Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, anywhere online, and you can get the handbook for increasing your relationship IQ. And the No Love podcast, we have like 57 episodes that are there now. I had stopped doing the recordings and we're about to start sharing them a lot because we finally have reached our patent pending status for the board game so that people can't steal the idea, the concept. So we're now able to talk about it freely, which is why I took this interview. So we're doing a lot of things here at No Love, and I'm excited for the world because of this, because you all are my passion.
Awesome. I just want to remind everybody that genius is coming. And Mr. Eric, I will see you on the other side.
Oh, wow, thank you.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BDX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. They can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business USA sponsors for September 2024-5. There's NC100, Suede Soul, Caroline, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a fireside chat with the wonderful LaTanya Warren. LaTanya Warren, CEO and founder of Armentia LLC, leads a SWAM certified, veteran-owned cannabis research development and education company, Collabora. We want to welcome you on our show, and we want to thank you for coming. I'm going to be asking you a few questions.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for coming. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Busy day, but I hear that's a good thing. So
yes, ma'am. It is a very, very busy day. So let's start with, why did you start your company?
Yeah, so Armentia is a federally certified cannabinoid research, development, and education company. I was the first with a cannabinoid research proposal at my university. And one of the requirements was to collect samples from 8 to 10 different cultivators in order to publish and do what I need to do for research. But what I discovered was, while very excited to meet a lot of these large corporations in the cannabis industry, and to say it lightly, the tests weren't coming out very well. But instead of speculating or guessing on why this was coming up as a trend, I decided to go out to these cultivators or these larger corporations and just get an understanding of why. And what I noticed just continuously right off the bat was that it wasn't that they weren't hiring the best of the best in the academia world, PhD wise, all of those things, but what about the knowledge about the plant? And so I immediately recognized little mistakes and little questions that they would ask. And I'm just like, me coming from a background of knowing the space very well and a culture that knows it very well, these were, minor things. I'm just like, I started to realize, like, you just don't know. So that really led me to really discover or dive deeply into, like, how can we fix this? This is this is a $1 billion industry. If I am to have my loved one take this as a medicine, I want them to have the best of the best, top shelf. So that is where I discovered the education, research, and development and publications, just to really get that knowledge out there.
Awesome. How do you see the cannabis industry influencing education in the next 5 to 10 years?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. So this is a billion-dollar industry, right? And in my mind, even though, I named this company after my grandmother, again, I was raised around this plant, never seeing it as a negative anything. But what you are seeing is like, okay, how is this happening? Where there's this switch, there's this almost automatic switch happening where it's a billion-dollar industry, but where's the education and who's educating who? Are we reinventing the wheel, or are we actually asking the folks who are knowledgeable in this space? So I definitely see, to answer your question, if you have a CPA who is an expert CPA, but they're also knowledgeable in the cannabis space, that goes eons, right? Again, this is an industry and it's a billion-dollar industry, but it became legal before anyone ever understood the actual space. If you have a lawyer who is an expert in their field, but they also know the in and out and the ever-evolving laws of cannabis, they are ultimately they're top tier, right? So they're on average 120 different degrees at any given university. And I feel that cannabis fits in every one. And there's culturally history. And then it opened up doors for me as a STEM, especially as a Black woman, where I'm speaking not only in the cannabis space and the knowledge that I have, but also scientifically. So I definitely see it going very far if we continue to add education.
Awesome. Because cannabis can be in every dynamic or every type of subject, what are some misconceptions that the cannabis industry have that you would dispel through education?
Oh, yeah. So that's a great question, because first there was the negative narrative, right?
Yes.
But then now what we're seeing is what I hear in my circles and folks that still have that almost of a negative narrative, but open to the conversation, are terms like messy. And I don't know how you feel about the term, but I feel like that's automatically saying uneducated. But here's the caveat to that in my world, where I feel like if you're going to call it messy, that means that it's not that the industry is messy, is that you don't understand it. So it is time for those merges to start happening, because we're here. The industry is here. We can be open about the space itself. And now I get to ask the questions. What am I putting in my body? I get to know what you're growing. I get to know that it's natural, or not. So I think that is one of the things that I would like to dispel, is that messy factor, right? Where it is organized, there are folks, there are cultivators, there are manufacturers, there are wholesalers, there are proper packagers. Me, myself, as a lab director, we're testing the product before it gets to the retail shelf. It's not messy, it's organized, but yes, we do need those other industries to help marketing. I don't know how many folks are shadow banned daily, right? But good players versus bad. But I would like to not be shadow banned, because I'm promoting education. So yeah, marketing is huge, because as a scientist, I know nothing about marketing. But yeah, I hope that answers that question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I know when people hear cannabis, they automatically get scared.
Yes.
So what challenges have you faced in bridging gaps between the cannabis industry and education?
That is oh my gosh, you hit me with some good ones. My first thought is, one, understanding, and two, image. Understanding being on the vendor and cultivation side of the world. And here's what I mean. Again, I was raised around this plant. And while I am a huge advocate of the beautiful artwork that a lot of these vendors will present, one thing about it that makes it challenging is that, hey, while this is beautiful, I cannot say as a scientist, as a STEM woman, that would pass for a healthcare shelf. So understanding that there are tests involved and using a lot of examples. My best example that I love to use is the tomato. You can grow the best tomatoes in your home and sell them at a farmer's market, which is amazing. I shop at farmers markets. I love them. But if you want to grow and expand to the masses, you do have to recognize that the masses are at healthcare facilities and they have rules and regulations themselves. So being able to test your product and being in a proper facility and packaging it properly is a little bit challenging where I want to, be very direct and say, hey, that's it. And then I'm back in the lab. But then there's image, right? Where on the healthcare side, because I'm not just attacking vendors, it's healthcare side where they may feel that it's an automatic image of, if you say cannabis, it's folks lighting up when they, walk out the door. And that's not the community that I'm used to. It's health and wellness. And then there's more folks than not that are using this as a medicine for themselves that have gone pharmaceutical and they need it and they wanted something different. So I would say understanding on one end, but then image on the other and making sure that that's dispelled on the healthcare side.
That is so true. That is true. How do you navigate stigma or resistance from educational institutions regarding cannabis related programs?
Absolutely. So I am currently partnered with a few universities, one being Roanoke College. And the reason that I'm mentioning them is just how they decided to go about bringing forth this bachelor's degree program at their university. And what I loved is that the fact that I am partnered and I know this space, but they didn't stop there. They went to folks who know the plant. They don't have, like, not saying that don't, they may not have a degree, but they're knowledgeable, right? Where, for example, Roanoke College, she went out to Doc Ray. He is a Green Beret veteran. I'm a veteran myself, but he has had years, decades of experience and has settled into the fact that, all right, I'm the black sheep because at a time where he was younger, it was illegal. But instead of trying to, again, reinvent the wheel, what they decided to do is let's ask questions to those folks who have been demonized because they're actually the folks we want to learn from at this point. And I love those folks that have been demonized and okay with being black sheep because that's the history that we have. And unfortunately, most of the knowledge that we have from them comes from court documents, but at the same time, their knowledge is so vast that me firsthand seeing folks that like I said before, are so knowledgeable in their field of science, but have no idea about the plant. So to hear from folks who literally took on those beatings, if you will, during the time where it was illegal, even the folks that have been, in prison, they're willing to share their stories. So I love that folks are looking to those who actually have knowledge in that plan. And I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, I like that it's an inclusion of everyone, not just the most smart or the most understanding, but it's everyone that's participating in this. Because in order to find new boundaries or to break new boundaries, you have to learn from everyone. You got to bring everyone to the table. So I love that. What opportunities do you see for creating equity and inclusion with both industries?
Oh my gosh, that again, right? So let me start with the STEM side on that part, right? Where you're seeing, like, as you know, and I'm sure you do, there aren't a lot of folks that look like me in the STEM world, right? But then here I am talking about cannabis. So that automatically, right? But what right? And that just adds a little check box. You're like, oh God, like another one, right? So what I love about it though is that pushing that needle where I know that I am, few and far in between when it comes to people that look like me and I'm just say it, Black woman, female, in the STEM industry. But now here I am adding another, right? Cannabis. So then adding that with folks who know the plant and understand it, that to me, the only thing that says to me is it's saving time. We're saving time by dialing into our resources of history, but then including them, right? And that to me shouts inclusion, where and I'll dive just a little bit further for a few more seconds when I say that it almost feels like a category in itself, where you have this this inkling of wanting to call it minorities, but I've met some of the best cultivators who will tell me, hey, I don't have a degree, but I have this, and when I test their product, it's the most natural, most amazing product you'll meet. And they could be white, brown, yellow, all the things, but they have been growing for 15, 20 plus years, and then navigating to make sure that they stay within the realms of legal. I have a job, I don't really want to say anything. So that category itself is just, I think that it can explode if we allow it.
I love that you're building a network to help us understand more about this forbidden thing, because a lot of people don't want to talk about it, especially in the health world. They say, oh, get the CBD oil or get this, but they don't say anything about cannabis.
They don't. They don't.
So how does Armentia design educational programs or curriculums specific to the cannabis industry?
Right. So what I decided to do was I went straight to the Board of Pharmacy. I know that, so my course, I'll just give you a little bit about that. It's the minimum requirement if you are wanting to work at a dispensary, have a cultivation license, or a manufacturing license. So it translates to a certified pharmacy technician license. So that is the course, that's the minimum course required. And so that course itself, what I decided to do was, again, this was 2021 where I'm getting a lot of no's. And so, for me, I don't know what no means. New Orleans, I'm not really sure. I'm spoiled, So I'm like, all right, well, that no just means I need to try something else, right? So I went to the Board of Pharmacy and I did just that. I wrote a proposal explaining that I know that the national exam for this license probably won't change. But what if I added to the curriculum that's required a cannabis week of understanding? That's formulations, that's a little bit of the policies that are out there, that are clear as day out there, that I can help make those connections and understanding why this course is so important. And then we go right back into the pharmacy technician degree. You have a national license that works in every state in the US, but with the understanding that cannabis is only legal in 38 states, 3 territories in the District of Columbia. So I think that, so getting that, yes, I hope answers your question, where that was a huge milestone for me, and I'm very, very grateful every day.
Wow. So you say you got a lot of no's. A lot of no's.
Oh yeah.
But you didn't stop. What in you said, don't stop, keep going?
I am a curious soul by nature. I was not raised to give up. Again, this is one of those, like, I don't know why this is so new for you, but in my household and where I was raised, my grandmother, again, very familiar with the plant. My mother, a nurse practitioner. My dad, an entrepreneur, selling his company to Bank of America. It is not a question of no and then give up. It's no and then what's next. So that is just innate in me. A little bit, probably I'm the oldest daughter, so maybe that, right? So I'm not really sure. I'm hoping that all of these sound like a good thing, but for me personally, I don't know that giving up is no, I don't. I know that not giving up is not, like, giving up is not an option. I know in me that giving up is not an option. So I know that this is important. Like, and then the last part that I will say to your question is, again, if you can turn a switch where that becomes $1 billion industry, then where is the education? I want to know that what is now legal and can be talked about, it is now the best of the best product. That is being, if my grandmother, my mother, if they want to partake to help with their medicine, with their ailments, I want to know that they're getting the best of the best.
See, I like that no isn't the last answer. You know, because a lot of times when we're following our dreams and our vision, we get no.
Yes.
And then we just get depressed right there. But no isn't the final answer. If you keep pressing, if you keep pushing, $1 billion industry, education, more understanding. So I love that about you. I love that you didn't give up, that you kept going because you're breaking ground. So how does it feel to partner with Roanoke College, the first and only university offering bachelor degrees in cannabis science and cannabis policy?
Surreal.
Innovation. Like innovation.
Surreal.
Yes.
Yes. It does. It feels surreal. I am very humble. I'm very grateful for these opportunities to work alongside, again, some great minds. But I don't say that in, over the top or underestimating that, because it's the direction, right? For this is a different type. I feel like, especially in Virginia, for them to say, hey, I'm not going to allow my ego, I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. I'm going to go out and look, like find this market heavy person. Like they're doing great work with genetics when it comes to cancer patients, when it comes to Parkinson patients, but he's literally doing it from his home, and then to learn even further that this is a war veteran, a Green Beret, and then say, hey, I want you to move from Cali over to Virginia and teach me. That says that this instructor is willing to turn around and say, I've been an instructor for years, but I'm going to turn around and be a student again. That spoke volumes for me. This is where I, one, automatically knew I wanted to work with them. But then two, it felt surreal where you're asking me questions like, oh, wait, so it's, again, the term is surreal for me, but I am so honored. I'm very excited to keep moving forward, but loving this partnership.
Oh, yeah. We believe you're going to go forward because you don't believe no is the last answer.
Don't even know what it means.
Yes. What are the most in-demand skills or knowledge areas for individuals entering the cannabis industry?
Yes. So I am going to start with marketing. Here's why. My my university decided to offer me interns. And that to me was another milestone where I'm like, you're recognizing that this is an industry. So I was able to hire. And that was amazing feeling. And I started with marketing because while I love to take a good selfie, there's always time for a selfie. I was not understanding the marketing world, how to post, how to be strategic with that. So I went with a marketing intern, and she has been with me through the trenches. And when I say trenches, it doesn't just start with shadow banning. It starts with phone calls from your university telling you to take certain posts down because the cannabis leaf was a little too bright on that one. And, she's feeling like, oh my God, I'm not doing something right. And while, she's this marketing student, she wants, she is so heavy and interested in making sure that she is doing this right. So not only do we have, Meta, Facebook, and everyone shadow banning, we have the whole communications department staring at what she's posting. And it was intense. Yeah. So I would say that that is the big one for us on the cannabis industry side on how to, and this is for, the good players, right? I'm marketing education and being, banned. So this is a huge deal. So spreading that awareness, of course, goes through a good business marketer. Cultivators are huge because, well, again, while you can have the best of the best, do you know someone who knows the plant itself? Because it's time and time and again, we find cultivators they'll jump in, they're farmers, they'll jump in the cannabis space and they're just like, I did not realize it was going to take this much, And the last one I would say would be retail. Retail as far as healthcare workers jumping over to the pharmacy world, not knowing the plant. But what about the folks who know the plant and all they have to do is get this one license and they're really helping you when you walk into the store? I would say those are the three biggest needs from what I've seen.
Wow, marketing.
Yeah.
Look, I'm learning about marketing also. That's a big one, a big one. As far as everybody being scared and you being shadow banned and things, I know that compliance and legal issues come up. How do you address compliance, legality, and ethical concerns in your educational content?
Absolutely. So, the one thing I learned, I was invited to be a part of the Cannabis Advisory Task Force Board with the City of Virginia Beach. We're advising the mayor on just that, right? What is happening in the legal world, and how do we navigate properly to make sure that we, as a state, or even as a city, are abiding by the state who is looking to make sure that they're doing things right federally, right? And what I learned as a company first is making sure that you are licensed properly, right? That was a huge thing. Um, uh, First of all, that is 30 to 60 to 90-day process in itself. But you want to go through it. When it feels like it's wrong, it's right. When you're typing in your name, giving them your left leg, your thigh, and your information from, 3 generations back, it is right. And then, but what I was able to realize is that being a veteran myself, I'm like, wait, I've been through this before. So navigating properly is, I think, the biggest thing when you're wanting to make sure that you're doing everything legally, and then just positioning yourself to be top tier, because that's what we want. I mean, that's where we should be.
That's true. Top of the tier. That's where we should be. I like that. As a leader in the cannabis space, what are the most significant barriers to building a well-trained and knowledgeable workforce for this industry?
Ooh, yeah. I would say it would be inclusion. I love that term so much, because I feel like this industry is that term. Again, it could be, you could be on the vendor side, white, brown, yellow, all the things, but I've heard some of the most beautiful stories and been around, almost in every state, where I've been growing for 15, 20 plus years. But then again, now we have these folks where I'm, looking to pull them over, because the healthcare space is listening, the educators are listening. And it, to me, feels like a loss if a university decided to welcome cannabis, but do it in a way where they're reinventing and looking like they're discovering things as if it's new. We've got folks right here, and we could be, we could be publishing already. So that, I think, I hope that answers your questions. I know I go off on tangents, so yeah.
You did well. You did well.
Thank you.
How can education be a tool for social justice and equity in the cannabis industry?
Oh, yes. I would say, as far as social justice and equity, right? If you look at the data right now, I've got two for you. 44% of users are 50 and older. 39% of those users have never used the product before. That is a lot of revenue, right? And they are looking to live healthy, better lives. Now, on the other end, and I hate to even say that it's another end, we have seen only 6% of the folks who were incarcerated for this plant be released. So there is a lot of work to be done, and I feel like cannabis can do it. I feel like if you are asking those right questions, and again, I know you don't know what you don't know. You don't know questions if you don't know how to ask them, right? But for those that, if we really take a deep dive, and there's been books written about it, like a whole veteran going to prison for 10 years off of an ounce, like these are the things that I feel like education can solve, because I feel like that number on this side should be way higher. So again, I hope that answers that question, but that is just me being super passionate about the fact that it was a flip of a switch, but there's a lot of things that need to change and happen.
Knowledge and understanding gives power. It can unlock a lot of doors. So I love this. How do Rapidly changing cannabis laws impact your work as the CEO of Armentia and your ability to support initiatives like the one with Ronick College?
Ooh, great question.
Mhm.
Really good one. So, what I do, I'm also a resource partner with Virginia Beach Economic Development, and they have graciously offered me office space. So, what I do is I hold free workshops every third Thursday from 11 to 12. And that is giving the community what is live and happening in chronological order when it comes to the laws. And for the folks who have come to the workshops consistently, they will tell you, they're like, all right, I was here last month and you were like, this just opened up and this law just happened. Now I'm here a month later and you're giving me two more things. And that is literally how it is and it feels. Every month there's something new from Virginia Cannabis Control Authority, from VDAC saying, hey, now you need to register your company and make sure you're paying another fee and another fine. So that to me, I feel like is the best way I've been able to ensure that the community knows because I do want them to know. I apologize. But yeah, it has been, it's not easy. I'll say that.
So, with your workshops, are they virtual or are they just in person? Do you have to be invited? Anybody can come? Tell us more
Oh,
about that.
yeah, great question. So they are on Eventbrite. Virginia Beach Economic Development, they do a great job of posting them to other economic developments throughout Hampton Roads. So, and they are free. They are free for you to come and join, learn what's going on in the cannabis space, and then how you can navigate yourself or position yourself to be and to get involved. So, yeah, they're free. Please tell your
That's
friends to
awesome.
join.
Knowledge
We're having a great
is
time.
free. She's providing
Mhm.
something. Click on
Yes.
Eventbrite.
Yes.
Um, what key policies or changes would you like to see to foster collaboration between the two industries?
Ooh, I love that. So I love the term collaboration, right?
Mhm.
Because when I think about collaboration, I think about the laws themselves and what has come down. I'll tell you about two. So VDAX, they have a law where it's 25 to 1. If you're going to have any type of THC in your product, it can have 25 part CBD, 1 part THC, right? I feel like if a collaborative effort were to come about, we can see that that just doesn't work. And I won't go into the scientific details, I won't nerd everyone out, but if we can really come down to an understanding where folks who don't know the product won't see that a milligram dose of maybe 25 to THC to 30 isn't as high as it sounds, then that would be awesome, right? On the other side, I would say on a collaborative effort as far as education, it is we understand that clinical trials are illegal. We get that. But what isn't illegal is data processes, getting that information out there so that it is irrefutable that this is in fact a medicine. So I think that if more collaboration happened on that end, oh my goodness. Winning. Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes.
What are your long-term goals for Armentia, and how do you see the company expanding its impact?
Long-term goals, I would say, are the best way that I would say for long-term is milestones, right? If I had a say in this, or if I want, where I see myself, I would love to be partnered with an HBCU. I would love, love, love NSU, if you're listening, Hampton University, but having that partnership and these courses, and then allowing me to really help those universities navigate. I think that that just screams inclusion, that screams knowledge, that screams, just information for all. And that would be a huge win for Armentia.
Thank you, Latanya, so much for coming. Thank you for your expertise. Just thank you for your innovation and your dream and your tenacity to keep going in spite of the word no.
Thank you.
I will see you on the other side. I want everyone to remember that genius is coming.
Thank you so much for having me. I truly appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college of K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want you to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors: NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation and Corporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Bank Law Firms, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood. I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be having a fireside chat today with Miss Monique A.J. Smith. Monique A.J. Smith is a leadership strategist for athletic departments or sports organizations and individuals who wish to advance in athletic administrations or sports management careers. A thought leader in sports, Smith has been an athletic administrator for 30 plus years, including titles in sports information, interim, AD, compliance, and conference offices executives for 13 years, and the last 11 years as a consultant. She is a publisher of the magazine Significance in Athletics and Sports, which showcased the specialized knowledge of Black women in sports management careers. Smith has grown her business with the internationally known podcast 11 Years called A Chat in the Garden with Monique A.J. Smith, and with its companion private Facebook group has 3.5 thousand members. I present to you Monique AJ Smith.
Hi there.
Hey, how are you today?
I am great.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. I was listening to your commercials and they were great. I learned a lot.
Oh, good. That's what I aim for.
Yeah.
My first question to you today is, what were you doing before you became an entrepreneur?
Well, I was an athletic administrator. That was what I first did straight out of college. I will share that I interned with the CIAA when I was a sophomore in college and as a PR intern. And then the CIAA, I was a Hampton student interning at the CIAA. At Hampton University, we hosted the national championship for track and field. And as a student, I got the opportunity to work that. And by doing that, it's like, ooh, this is interesting. We're promoting the athletes, we're promoting the sports. And so by being a student sports information person, after being a intern with the CIAA, all of these, again, I was the only woman as an intern, basically, but all of the men were SIDs. And they all said, you can do this. There's an opening at St. Paul's College. And that's exactly what I did. I went straight to St. Paul's College that August after graduating in May. I was sports information director for the very first female athletic director of the CIAA, Jeanette Lee. Unfortunately, after 1 year of working with her, she became ill, and I went through 5 different athletic directors. In the midst of that, I got my master's in sports administration, and I became interim athletic director in 96, and I remained in that position for 2 years. Then I went to the University of Maryland Eastern Shore as a compliance director. And then the CIAA Commissioner Leon Carey said, come on back home. And I did. I was there for 13 years, first as the PR director, then director of championships, and then director of governance. And then we changed leadership, and I became a consultant at first for the NCAA, doing leadership workshops and staff retreats. And then I put my shingle out myself without having the NCAA sending me out. I began to do it on my own and have my own set of my own prices and whatnot. And so I began doing executive coaching for sitting athletic directors, generally Black women in athletic administration. And then I began doing group coaching. And I thought community was more important because, see, when you take those roles, the pressure of being the first and the only has an effect on you that you really don't know. So community is key. And that's what we call a mastermind. And we meet every third Sunday.
That is awesome. I like when you say community is key. Because a lot of people go in, I'm going to do it on my own. I'm going to set these boundaries. I'm going to do this. I'm going to be innovative. But they don't think about community. Who are you affecting? Who are you bringing with you? Who are you teaching? So I love that. Was anyone in your family in business for themselves?
Well, I didn't really realize until I really put my thought to it, because both of my parents were school teachers in Sussex County, Virginia. I'm from Waverly, Virginia. And I never even saw myself as an entrepreneur. And then I thought about it. My grandfather on my mother's side was a painter. He worked for himself.
Wow.
In Middlesex, North Carolina. And my grandfather was a logger. And he actually employed many of the men in the community of Sussex County to assist him as a logger. And so working for yourself is not new to my bloodline, but it was new to me.
So what, in you going through everything, you being the only Black female going through, what made you think I could just step out on my own?
Well, I can't say I was forced to do that, but I got a pink slip, became my pink bow.
Oh.
Yeah, it became a present. because
Yeah.
really didn't have a choice. And so, but it was interesting because out of all the things I did in athletic administration, the part that I enjoyed the most and just kept on giving was assisting others with their career goals. People always call me for their making a career move and how should I do this? And then when they get it, well, so-and-so and so-and-so happened. How do I address so-and-so? And I said, this is how you go about doing it. And I was doing that. You know, it's like, even with the students, I was like, okay, you're more proficient in this. You need to do this. And so professional development and personal development was my calling. And I used to do that with having retreats for each coaching organization. And I would hear the different things that were the problem. And then I go find a speaker and I said, we need to address this. You know, they need to treat this as a profession. They need to be joining their own coaches association. You know, they need to not just take it like, this is all I know and I play and I'm gonna be a great coach. No, it's a profession. You must learn it. You must find the proficient people, read their books, and you know what? It'd be really nice if you can write your own. So yeah.
I love that. I love that you didn't stop at the pink bow or at the present, that you kept going, that you didn't let that deter you.
Yeah.
What led you to put your shingle up?
Well, like I said, the NCA had me as a consultant, and I was really blessed. They gave me a retainer every month, and so that they could send me out to go do workshops. But really, I tell you, there was one lady named Jamie, and she said, well, you know, you were already a consultant. You take this time to create your workshops. And I created my own workshops and my own pamphlets because many people didn't want to just learn how to do the disc and how to communicate better. They had different things they wanted to address. And I have been known to take a business book and can make a workshop out of that. I've taken a lot of business books. One is Gung Ho, but I changed the title to some things, you know, some of the activities. Almost every book I can make a activity. And one of the ones is, you know, athletics is really evolving, you know, with name, image, and likeness, and with the transfer portal. It's difficult to navigate that. And so instead of saying we're dealing with change, my workshop is called Our Playing Field is Expanding. So that instead of saying it's changing, because when you hear change, your body goes into fight or flight. And you're not listening to how to navigate this. And so created this game called the Newly Committed game, which is very similar to the Newlywed game. And so today's kid is not going to be 100% proof. But if a child knows that you care about them more than what the wins and losses will be, like they know that you were raised by your grandmother, okay, that you have, that you play the guitar, all of these things will assist them and be the best they can be. And they know that you know who I am inside. And so that's the part of like the camaraderie that needs to be developed. And I did it with a college, I want to say last fall. Interesting enough, the coach that was the newest coach, who hadn't had a season yet, she won the game because the game was among all the coaches. And you know why? Because she had team building activities in her off season that allowed her to be able to get into the know of her players. And I understand they're doing quite well.
Wow. Teamwork.
Yeah.
So she did the work before you started. She went and did the teamwork. Community. She built her community.
Yes.
Yes. I like that.
Yeah. There was a softball coach. And so she got hired after the softball season the previous year. She got, you know, so in the summertime and the fall, they were bonding. And by the time I came to do the workshop, she had like 3 or 4 or 5, and she knew the answers because the students gave me the questions. I said, and the question was, Coach so-and-so gets me if he knows this about me. And I would ask the question, and we had a little timer, just like the game. And it was fun because, again, they got a chance to see, oh, I need to do a little bit more work. Okay, what kind of team building did you really? Because, again, the staff, the coaches are a team in itself. You can't work in silos. You really can't.
That is the truth. That's the truth. Why a target of Black women in athletic administration? Isn't that niche down too small a group?
Well, I get that a lot. I get that question a lot. And, when I stepped on entrepreneurship, they said, what is the problem that you see? And this is what I heard over the years. This, we go to professional development, personal development, but nothing that's catered just to us. Now, I felt like I received what I needed, but apparently the people that are from my community didn't. So I was listening, and I said, okay, I'll create this so that they feel more personable, more to what they need, and more importantly, so they can know other women, which is how I started my podcast, A Chat in the Garden, highlighting the career path. Because even now, I'll tell you almost every person on my LinkedIn, what advice do you have for me? And so I say, listen to the podcast, put in there the position, because many people don't know social media content, marketing person, compliance person, athletic trainer, mental health. That's just 5. I can keep on going. Sports performance. Oh, all of this. A business office, HR, all of this. You follow what I'm saying? Student athlete development. What I'm just saying I do for the women, there are people that do that for the student athletes. All these careers. And they don't even know. I teach at Hampton University. I'm an adjunct now. When I ask the kids, who are their sports information director? They can't tell me. I said, who does your stats? They just sitting there going, oh, okay. So you get it in the newspaper, but you don't know how. They don't know what's going on behind the scenes. And so those are people that want to come into it, especially the women. I was so excited last semester. I had 45 people in the class. I think I had like 20 women in the class. I was so excited because usually I only have like 4 or 3. And so you gotta show them they can do this. There's somebody, this is the key. When you show somebody who they can be, they can go out and be it. So that's why. And there's very few. And then it was thought they were unapproachable. I'm like, anybody connected to me, they're approachable. And that's why I love to connect people, to keep them inspired to know this is not an isolated case. Now, I just happen to be at HBCUs, but there are many women who are the onlys at their place, and they need to have that community to keep on going. And more so now. I sat in on a training today about teaching DEI in sports management and why it's important. How do you say that that's not appropriate? That cheer may not be appropriate. That song may not be appropriate. Do you know what that means? I always say that conference officers need to have cultural competencies with their officials, because you say the wrong word. If you call a student athlete a male student athlete boy, and you don't look like them, and you don't understand why he just popped off. See, that's the kind of training I give. If you want to be an effective leader in athletics.
That's awesome. I love that you're always listening to what the issue is and then providing a solution.
Yes.
So that is awesome. That is an awesome gift that you have that I noticed. What services and or products do you provide to your clients?
Well, many people just call and say, what's your advice? And I go like, we got to do the mindset work first, because if the person has been fired or something has happened, we got to get over the bitter to get to the better. And I got to figure out, because again, you're not going to leave yourself. You're going to go wherever you go. And if a trigger hit, I don't know what just happened. So I really can't recommend you somewhere until I can really figure out how it makes you tick. And some people get really upset about that. Well, do you know so-and-so? Yes, I do. But I don't know you. So you need to come on board. At least do one strategy session. Because then I can at least say the person was a client or did a session with me. So I'm not disingenuous when I tell the person I know the person, but not as long as I've known this person. You follow me? So I do strategy sessions. And then if they love it, we continue on. We do it as executive coaching, or because depending upon the path they want to take, I send them to our advanced academy, where I do have a vault of trainings for last, I want to say 5 years. Most of it, again, is mindset work, strategy work about how to take care of problems. I say politics is not a dirty word. It's just a game. You just got to know the rules. And the rule game that I use is spades. I have a colleague who has coined a queen moves, because the queen on the chessboard is more options than anybody else. So those are the kind of things we do, so it will stick. You got to tell a story to make it stick. And then if I have people who want to get into the consulting like I have, who want to get that first job or get that promotion, I say, we got to get your name out there. We got to say what it is that you do at your institution or previous institutions. Because even if you create a program and the program belongs to the school, the steps you took to create it is your framework. And if you can monetize that, which is why I started the magazine. So I either send them to the magazine. And so, again, executive coaches one-on-one, because you might have some sensitive information that you might not want to join the mastermind that we meet every once a month. And then, of course, I do staff retreats. They'll say either they want to do a staff retreat, or this is what has been very helpful. I work one-on-one with members, and then we have a staff retreat.
I like that you work one-on-one and then you ask them, okay, well, where are you coming from? What is it that you want to do? A whole strategy kind of for them to examine themselves, because a lot of times we have dreams and we have visions, but then we had some trauma, some or something that triggered us to stop or quit or just be frustrated with something. But you say, I got a plan. Examine yourself first.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can go here. After you dealt with trauma, after you dealt with triggers, now you can increase yourself. So I love that. I love that. I love it. I love it. I understand, and I read that you have a private Facebook group, which is called A Chat in the Garden. But I realized that it doesn't say anything about sports. Why is that?
Because when you think of me, I want you to think about growth. You see the flowers, okay? And growth is uncomfortable. So if you come to me and you say you want this is a reminder. It looks like this now, but it went through a lot to get that way. And so that's always been me. I've always been the person to assist people. And my motto is planting seeds of empowerment to lead others to greatness. And so I do have a lot of male mentees as well. It's just that my target is Black women because they seem to have not had the example as long as the men have.
That's awesome. I like that you want people just to see growth, that it's a process. Ooh, like with a flower, it goes through dirt, it goes through weather, storm, rain, all these different things. But after a while, it sprouts up and becomes beautiful. So I love that about that. I love it. So social media likes, they don't equal to actual customers. So how does the podcast or your Facebook group interlock with your business?
Well, I did not know I didn't know as it relates to business. Terms were flowing at me like boom, 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 boom. And I was like, huh? And when I finally got it, because when I had the podcast, I belonged to a network. And he said, okay, he'll allow me to do my show the way I wanted to do the show. Because again, I majored in communication. So I knew exactly. I actually graduated 35 years ago. We're about to have a class reunion. Yeah. And so I was like, okay, you need to have a Facebook group. I said, what's that? Again, that was 11 years ago. And so he had somebody to make my logo and all that kind of good stuff. And I just kept, adding people there. And so I tell you, the reason why my group has grown, my podcast has grown, my business has grown, I'm consistent. I do the same thing every day. I go and I prospect on LinkedIn to find out who else is of our world. And I'm telling you, every day, oh, thank you so much. I was looking for such a thing. And I just add them to the group. And then I can see, again, talking about listening, I can see what the needs are. I can figure out what webinar to create. I'm going to, this weekend, I'm going to Raleigh to moderate a panel about women's flag football. Because that's the fastest growing sport in the country today. And so I invited people that are high in my group, the most engaged, and then the most knowledgeable, and the leaders. So one lady is on the Durham Commission. One is an athletic director at the college who just added women's flag football. Then I'm invited high school athletic director that her students are getting scholarships at colleges. How do we do this? How do we duplicate this? So I got again, you think about an SID promoting people. I do that with the people that are in my group. So that's how it helps me, again, identify, as you said before, the issues at hand and create programming around that.
Yes. So your podcast, you have consistently held it every week for 11 years. That's amazing. What is your secret to longevity?
I know people depend on me. There are people that listen to it. I don't even know it. Like when I travel, you the chatting garden lady. I'm like, yeah. And when I go places, I'll have a connecting event. So I'm going to have one, and I'm going to the Super Bowl. I'm going to a luncheon on that Wednesday. That night we're having a dinner. I got about 14 people signed up. Because they're not just see me, they're going to meet some other people, And so knowing that the people need it, and honestly, right now, I'm booked until August of 2025. So it's like everybody is just, and I can't stop because that means somebody who needs to have spotlight. See, the spotlight's for the person that I'm talking about. But more importantly, it's for the spotlight for the person who got a degree in sociology, but don't know now that they can be on a college campus because Division I must hire a mental health person. So you can take social work, get a certification in social worker in sports, and become the mental health therapist for said university.
Wow. So knowing that you're meeting a need.
Yes, ma'am.
Keeps you going.
Yes.
That's amazing. What advice do you give to other educators that want to be entrepreneurs?
And that's happening to me very often now. I had one person to say, mind you, the same story I just said. She's a social worker at a high school, but teaching, I want to say special ed. And I said, here, I want to say, get this article. There's my latest magazine has 3 women in mental health. One is a therapist, and she talks about mindfulness. She has a book. Another one is the one that started the program at Norfolk State, and now she's at Michigan. She had her own shingle out, started a program there, and they're taking her abilities there. But the interesting thing, What she's known for is, again, listening to the student and seeing what their needs are and creating program around that. Most people just, this is what the trend is. We're going to just do this, and it has no impact. And the third person is actually a person in business whose focus is women in trauma, women in sports in trauma. And I've learned so much from all three different women. And I'm saying you can fit, you can take this and become an educator, become an entrepreneur, because now you see it. We didn't have that before. We did not have that before.
Wow. That's some good advice. Good advice. What resources do you recommend to someone starting out green?
Well, a couple of books. One that really, really got me straight was Lamar Tyler's Traffic, Sales, and Profit. He is very good, very good. And then a lot of people, again, they want to speak, but they don't realize you need to make a product, And it's funny because a person you probably know the same, Nikki Curry, told me that. And she told me that very early on. She said, take one of your workshops you've already done and make a workbook. Well, I didn't grasp it then, but now, I do. I have a chapter in a book called Public Figure Mass, Exit Stage Left, where I share the struggles of being a first, but I didn't know it was a struggle. I just thought I was just going my happy way and had an attitude. And I didn't know, because see, depression for a high achiever looks very different than a general person with depression. So now I'm able to say that. And like I said, I will tell a client real quick, you need to go talk to somebody. And it's not me. Yeah, I say, are you losing your keys? Do you spend a lot of time looking for things? Okay, you got too much going on in your head. Do you pop off on all your coaches and they can't even get a 2 words in? Do you sleep at night? All right. So these are the things that I will say. Because again, if I started in 1990 and it's now 2024, I got a lot of experiences that I can pull off my shelf. Another experience that happens a lot with my sitting ADs is bumping heads with development or the university. When they are going to go get that sponsorship, and then but the people want to be connected with athletics. You see? So then they want that list from the one that, they want to be connected. Can you imagine women's basketball in South Carolina, their list of people who want to be connected with that? They might be crazy about architecture, right? But they're not going to get that money or that continuous money. And so those are kind of things. I said, well, how do you build that bridge with folks? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, do you use CRM or any other software to be productive?
Well, again, I learned from Traffic, Sales, and Profit that I need to have an email list. Now, I didn't jump on the bandwagon like I should have in the beginning. But when I did, I see money is in the emails, because that's where people feel like I'm having a one-on-one conversation. And they're like, can we do da-da-da-da-da-da? And so that's where I've had the most success. And I use MailChimp. MailChimp has been, this is be honest. Now, I have suggested it for many people. I joined a long time ago. The things I have access to, I think now when you join, you can only have one list audience. And I think it's still less than 2,000. If you go over 2,000, you have to pay. But I think it's a real good learning ground before you go and put an expenditure on something that you're not using properly. Like even with me, I have not done automation like I should, but I know that's my next step.
Mm-hmm. I want to thank you so much, Ms. Margaret, for coming out today and just speaking, for your expertise, for your passion, for your niche to find out what the need is and provide a solution. I just want to thank you, even for your group, because somebody out there needs a support system. Somebody out there needs to know that they can grow. So I want to appreciate you for just sharing all your stories today, your answers, and your expertise. Can you tell us how we can reach out to you or how we can buy the products that you produced?
Well, I like to talk on LinkedIn, Monique A.J. Smith. My store is CaesarEmpowermentStore.com. And that's about the two main issues. Oh, and I will say, listen to the podcast. It's chatinagarden.com.
Mm-hmm. Now, when does the podcast come on? Is it just 24 hours?
Well, it's a podcast you can listen to all the time. I always say, I like people to join the email list because then you can just hit the button. But I'm on Spotify. I'm on Amazon Music. I'm also on, what's the last one? iHeartRadio.
Awesome. I want to remind everybody that genius is coming. And Ms. Margaret, I'll see you on the other side.
It's Monique.
Miss Monique, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. I want to say, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be.
I'm Ramon Gray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
To celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Can we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FayviewNightTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FayviewNightTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fayview Night TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
This is an exciting time to be in digital marketing with the advent, the explosion of generative AI chatbots. They're better known as ChatGPT. There's Bard, there's Claude, there's all kinds of this new one came out called Gemini. There's so many different tools that really what it comes down to is that it's made my business more precise. I can do things more quicker, I would say, and to elevate my brand messaging to a level that allows me to be as creative as possible. digital market economy is taking the world by storm, probably over the last decade or so, but is really escalating now in the advent of AI, because it is a game changer for a lot of businesses. It's not just all the big boys that can play in this space because of cloud computing, because of mobile computing, and now you have these tools at your disposal. You've got a laptop, you've got a computer, you can now digitize yourself to a level and get your message out there, and that equates to business.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for the session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. We will be having Seiko Vernon with us on today. While possibly best known as DJ and owner of Positive Vibes Inc., DJ Service, or for his earlier involvement in African diasporic cultural events, developing and running the Golden Fold membership program, or for a failed run for a school board seat, Seiko Benjamin E. Verner is at heart a social change entrepreneur. Seiko leads a team of partners and collaborators to assist business people in assessing resources. Positive Vibes Consulting focuses on project management, personal credit boosting, and assessing business and investment funding to lead business owners to become real estate investors. The team's flagship project management initiative is to Hamptons Road Greenbrook, an app and website highlighting Hamptons Road Black and minority organizations, professional and businesses. Seiko is a graduate of Hampton University, Regent University, the George Washington University, and he often brags about being kicked out of Old Dominion University twice. I present to you Seiko Vernon.
Hey, good to be back on the platform, Jamila. Oh man, I'm excited. Yeah.
You excited? I'm excited too, Mr. Seiko. How was your day today?
Oh, everything is up. Everything is
That's
up.
Good. That's good. That's good. All right, I'm here to grill you with some questions. You ready?
Good. Yeah, because I enjoyed last time, and I know that we can go a little deeper this time. I know we can
Yes,
go a
we're
little
gonna go
deeper.
a little bit deeper, just a little bit deeper. So generational wealth has become a buzzword. Why do you think this is such a popular topic now?
Well, I think that generational wealth really needs to be better defined, because a lot of us are using it because it's something that we are now realizing that our peers have had, so, but we didn't really understand it, and we still don't. A lot of us think generational wealth is a lot of money.
Mm.
A lot of us think if I get the NFL contract, after 5 years, I made generational wealth. Nope. No, you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought the same way until I met with the people that are in my documentary mixtape series. Now, I know I kind of talked about that a little bit last time. Hopefully we'll get a chance to go a little deeper into it. But, I got a chance to meet with some luminaries who shared with me their strategies and their understanding. So now I have a very cogent understanding of generational wealth. And it's this simple. Generational wealth is wealth that's placed into a platform that allows it to continually make more money and replicate, and makes it so that the wealth can be transferred from generation to generation. So if you don't have all those things, just because you got $1 million doesn't mean you have generational wealth, because it has to be placed in a platform that replicates, so that million turns into 2, turns into 3, turns into 4, and can be transferred easily, systematically, in a way that it never runs out. One term is an endowment. Now, we hear about endowments and we really don't know what that means, but if I put $10,000 in an endowment that I have here in Hampton Roads, which is part of Virginia, this is college. This is called the Access College Foundation. If I put $10,000 into an endowment with the Access College Foundation in perpetuity, I can be able to give $2,000 to $3,000 to $5,000 scholarships every year in perpetuity, forever and ever and ever and ever. That's how we create generational wealth. So it's not a lot of money. It's not a certain amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
It's doing the steps that will make sure that it replicates and it's transferred.
So it got to replicate and transfer.
Yeah. Yeah. And in the documentary mixtape series, Generational Flip, and I kind of talked about that last time, A. Donahue Baker is the person that gives his 6 steps to creating generational wealth. And I know I talked about step 1 and step 6, because I want people to check out the documentary series. But hey, that's what it comes down to. Step 1, he tells you that to really stop living paycheck to paycheck, you got to become a thousandaire. In step 6, he teaches you how to make that legacy platform, such as the family banks. And the family banks are for those who are very rich and wealthy, and they have people that take their money and invest them in platforms continually so it replicates and it transfers. That's the key piece. So I think it's become popular because we're starting to realize, oh, snap, that's what they had? Yeah.
Can you give us examples of platforms again? Because some people think there might just be a YouTube or a TikTok. They think that might mean platform. So can you break down what is platforms?
Well, when I say platform, I'm simply talking about a vehicle. Sometimes they use the term vehicle. Sometimes you use the term platform. They all are speaking about placing your valuables a trust, into a will, using specified life insurance. These are just 3 that you can use, right? That's part of that platform that I'm talking about, that vehicle that I'm talking about, that allows the money to replicate. Now, just placing it in a trust doesn't mean it's going to replicate, but that designates what's going to happen in the future. So once it's placed in the trust, then you have to have that, you might get a GYL or a IUL type of insurance that's going to give you a certain amount of money every year that can be passed on without any tax implications. It might be placing it into the stock market, into certain funds, and to buying certain things. It might be a real estate process where real estate is placed in this trust, and as the real estate gains in value, then the family has access to equity in perpetuity. So the term platform or vehicle is simply talking about a legal instrument that either helps your resources to gain more resources or instructs what your resources will do in the future. And sometimes they're one, sometimes they're separate. But it's your job once you get some wealth. Now, there's a gentleman, and I can't think of his name right now. He was just here in Hampton Roads. I love watching his content on YouTube. He has a book that's just coming out. It'll come to me in just a second. But one of the things he talked about is how his mother, working a civil service job, became a multimillionaire. And when she passed, since he knew enough, because she kind of forced him to learn some stuff, and his father forced him to learn some stuff, he was able to take that and put it into a platform, into a vehicle that's now greatly enhanced the lives of her grandchildren. And because of the way things were set up, it will enhance the lives of their children's children, right? And she had a civil service job. She didn't have a lot of wealth, but what she did is she took the little resource, the little value, the little money that she made, and she placed it in a vehicle that made it replicate. And as she got older, she was advised by her son to place that into a platform that tells the resource what it's going to do in the future. So now she made dictates on what's going to happen with that money 50 years from now, and she died 15 years ago. And she's still saying, money, do this. Resource, do this. Real estate, do this. Family, once you get this, this is what you're going to do. That's what we're talking about. And so it's really intriguing and interesting. And for me, it's enlightening and it's invigorating. It's all those ings for me. I just love it.
That's awesome. I'm like, you're dropping a lot of nuggets, things that I didn't know. I've just learned a lot of things from you just this moment about just generational math, generational wealth, like putting it in a vehicle so that you can determine what it does down the road, years from now.
Yo, I'm telling you.
Not just today, but years from now.
And that's what our peers have been doing.
That's the truth. They have.
That's what our peers have been doing, particularly from the beginning of the United States of America, which started off as a business venture. The United States of America started off as a business venture. It was the Virginia Company. It was companies that started the United States of America. Our foundation is business. So now we got to stand on business, and our business is to create some resources, put them in platforms and vehicles so they will grow and they will pass on and they will do what we tell them to do in the future. That's our business. That's what we got to stand on. So stand on your square, Queen.
Yeah, stand on business. I like that. What are the steps to gaining and maintaining wealth that can be transferred?
Ask the question again because it broke up just a little bit. I want to make sure I answer it completely.
What are the steps to gaining and maintaining wealth that can be transferred?
Okay, that's what I thought you said. Wanted to be sure. Well, when you watch Generational Flip, you can see episode 1, 2, and 3 on YouTube. I have it on YouTube for right now. Yeah, it's going to be premiering in some other platforms, but right now you can go to YouTube like you're watching the Black Business Network, this Black Business Olympics on YouTube, maybe Facebook, but hopefully you're watching on YouTube. But on YouTube, you can check out Generational Flip episode 1, 2, and 3. And in that, A. Donahue Baker has a 6-step process that I've talked about, and I love his 6-step process. As a matter of fact, A. Donahue Baker has a different video that you can find on YouTube, which goes in depths in ways that Generational Flip doesn't. And that one is called The Skyscraper to Generational Wealth. Wow. So use your Twitter fingers, your YouTube fingers. I don't think it's on Facebook. Use your YouTubers fingers and, find A. Donahue Baker's Skyscraper to Generational Wealth. And he pretty much says, this is how we get to the top of the skyscraper. And it's pretty simple. Number one, he says, become a thousandaire. We talked about that before. Some people have a really hard time saying, I don't know if I can do that. I don't think everybody can do that. We're saying too much if we say everybody can do that. And I just am optimistic. I have a can-do religion. You know, I serve a can-do savior. So I know we can do it, right? I serve the people who can get things done. So let's do this. Episode 1, he talks about how the first thing we got to do is make yourself to a thousandaire. All right. No need to go back and forth on that. Second thing is he tells us that it's really important to get your credit worthiness good. Then he talks about things such as how you need to have somebody replace all your expenses. So just think, Jamila, if somebody paid all of your expenses and you were making over $100,000, what could you invest in? And the thing is, people do it all the time. Mm-hmm. People do it all the time. And then, you know, I'm not going to go through each one of them, but number 6 is making sure it's placed in that platform, that vehicle. And it's multiple vehicles, actually, because a lot of different things that are working to make this happen that will ensure that you tell your resources what they're going to do for you and yours after you pass, while you're alive. Because you can, I mean, your directions can actually go in place while you're alive. It doesn't have to happen just after you transition. So, yeah, so we have great people like A. Donahue Baker who talks about that. Angel Rich Jones. And man, oh man, Angel Rich Jones, sister from Hampton University. I know there was a adjunct professor on Monique who just talked about being from Hampton University. Salute all my pirates, Hampton hugs. Angel Rich Jones, she just created something that's going to make her family billions. Second letter B. I'm telling you. And when you listen to the way she thinks, the mindset concepts that her mother and her father taught her are just mind stretching. They just make you think so differently. You can't be the same person after you watch her content. It just stretches your mind. Then we have Minister Gary McCullum, and Mr. Gary McCullum, he tells you that history tells you why things happen, how things happen, but guidance tells you how you can make things happen. So, Gary McCullum goes into history of certain things that really impact us. Dr. Willie Jolly, he has 5 things that I think are really important when it comes to your question of how do we create wealth that can be passed on. And one of the things he says is there are 5 ways, and he does this a lot. There are 5 ways that people think about money or riches or wealth or resources. And he says the indigent, they think right here, right now. ASAP, right now. He says the poor think about tomorrow. So the indigent is like, how can I get some clothes on my back right now? How can I get some food on my belly right now? Help me right now. The poor think about tomorrow. How can I feed my children tomorrow? How can I get from here to there tomorrow? Then he says the middle class, they think annually. Did I get my annual raise? How am I going to pay for the car next year? How am I going to get my child to school, college, preschool, whatever, next year? They're thinking annually. Can I afford this annually? And then he says, the rich, they think in decades. They think in this decade, what can we do with our resources? How can we get more resources this decade and next decade? They think in decades. And it's interesting, when I picked up my first piece of real estate property, my mentor at the time told me, go to the city planning office and ask them to look at the 15-year plan. 15-year plan? You telling me that the city, he says, yeah, there's a 15-year plan. See what's going to happen in this neighborhood in 15 years. And I looked at the 15-year plan and I was like, oh, snap. They're going to change the road. They're going to put a fountain here. They're going to put properties right here. They're going to have this complex coming in. I need to buy the house in this area because in 15 years, its value is going to skyrocket. And my mentor was right. My mentor was absolutely right. So the rich think in decades. And he says the wealthy think generation to generation to generation. What can this generation do? What can next generation be? What can we do to get them prepared? Yo, that type of thinking is just incredible. That's why I love this documentary mixtape series, Generational Flip. William Randolph. Yo, oh man, William Randolph. All right. William teaches us that we have assets. We just don't know what to do with them. So here, what you can do with them. And I'm just like, huh? You have income. Once you do this, this can happen. Oh, I already have. Oh, that's just phenomenal. That type of idea and concept is crazy. Then we have Brian Owens, and I want to go through everybody in the platform. Let me jump down to the ladies because I talked about Angel Rich. She was the only one. I talked about 3 men. Malira Green, she talks about being love and light. And so season 2 of the documentary mixtape series, Generational Flip, we go from building wealth and wealth building mindsets to a concept that we call mental wealth, which is building your wealth and protecting your mental health. And in that, Malira Green in episode 4, which actually drops pretty soon, episode 4, whoa, she talks about how she's been able, with the right mindset, placing herself in the right room, asking the right questions, allowing herself to meet the right therapist, how she's been able to move from being a person who wanted to hurt themselves a lot to a person who wants to help others a lot, and becoming love and becoming light. And how once you have greater resources, I had to flip that backwards, spin that record back. Once you have greater resources, you can even be a stronger love and you can be a stronger light. You know, it's incredible. So I love this series and I love what it's doing to people because it changed my view and it's changing others as well. So you asked the question, how can we, get some wealth and how can we make sure we transfer it? One of the ways is what I call professional development. Because once you know what to do and you see others have done it before you, and you can connect with those who are in the midst of doing, have done it, know how to do it, you can achieve it too. You've seen it been done. You know what you're working towards, and you surrounding yourself with a group of people who can make sure that you're on the right path, the right time. So that's how we do it. We need to open our minds to professional development so we understand the resources, the assets, the strategies, all the things that are out there. Then we can implode and put those things and impress ourselves with that information. And then we can realize, now that I know this, I need to hang out with these type of folk. And once you're hanging out with these type of folk and you know what they know, because if you try to go to them and you don't know what they know, you're leeching off of them. Nobody wants to be around a leech. But once you've done your professional development and now you can rub shoulders with peers who might be a little ahead of you, but you're not leeching off of them. You're actually, how steel sharpens steel. You're just hanging around the right people and everybody's growing together. And now you can implement those things, those changes, those strategies, use those platforms, use those resources, and change the lives of the people behind you. So
I like that.
I hope I answered your question. I know I talked for a minute.
You did. You answered it. Now I keep hearing you say thousandaire. What is a thousandaire and why is it being a thousandaire important?
Okay. All right. Let's step backwards. in A. Donahue Baker's 6 Steps, he uses the term thousandaire. I heard it before. I heard Ryan Leslie, the singer Ryan Leslie, "You're my diamond girl." I heard him use the word thousandaire before. I can't remember where, but I remember hearing his voice sing it. When A. Donahue Baker used it, he gave a definition. Because I was like, ooh, I'm making thousands. I must be a thousandaire. Hey, girl, I'm a thousandaire, right? Nah. He's like, a thousandaire is somebody whose job, whose businesses, or their assets net $100,000 a year. And his number, the reason he goes to that number is that's the point when 85% of people can stop living paycheck to paycheck. All right. So some people it's a little higher, some people it's a lot lower. But that's the number that he asked us all to shoot for. And here's the other thing. Once you get to that point where you have money that's truly disposable, you can invest in yourself and in professional development because this stuff costs, right? Being in the right room, there's an entry fee. You know, if you go to the right club, you got to pay the entry fee, right? If you go on the YMCA, you got to pay the entry fee or the membership fee, you know, right? You go to the NFL game, if you do that, you got to pay an entry fee. To be in the right room, you have to be able to afford it. And you don't want to be on a limb affording things because then you're kind of stuck in the survival level. And when you're stuck in the survival level, it's hard for you to process content that's different than the survival level. Look, I had a friend who was really big and strong and muscular, and I wasn't. So when we used to walk in neighborhoods that weren't our neighborhoods, you know, I would be a little scared. I was on the lookout. He was confident. We had a very different experience walking through those streets. I was nervous. I was on the lookout. I couldn't enjoy myself. He was enjoying the trees. He was seeing the sights. He was seeing the girls before I saw. You know, he was seeing the ice cream truck before I saw. He saw all this stuff, and he really enjoyed himself because he wasn't in survival mode, and I was. When you're in survival mode, which is living paycheck to paycheck, there's certain things that are just really challenging for you to process. And look, I'm still somebody who's working to get out of paycheck to paycheck. I'm not thousandaire using A. Donahue Baker's statement yet. I got there 2 times, but I haven't been able to do it consistently. So I'm working on that, right? So right now I'm in the grind. So there are certain risks that I can't take. There are certain professional development environments that I just can't afford to put myself into. But once I get in that point, and I've been there twice, I was able to say, oh, they're doing that where? Plane ticket, I'm there. I'm in the right rooms, I'm rubbing shoulders, and opportunities came my way. It's important to become a thousandaire so you're not in survival mode. And we believe that everybody can do it. We also believe that most people won't do it because they don't believe they can.
Because they don't believe they can.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You know, there's that statement that says, if you believe you can or if you believe you can't, you're right.
So do you believe that their belief has something to do with the way they think, with the way they process things, with the way they've been through things? So I have this mindset that it won't work for me.
Yeah. If you have that mindset, it's not going to work for you. Because when you see that repetitive thing that triggers you, that repetitive thing that reminds you of how things went bad, when you see that thing that gives you a glimpse that it might not go as well as you think it is, you're not necessarily going to take that risk. I'll use myself again as an example. I was in middle school and we used to have dances. And I really liked Tanya. Oh my God, I love Tanya. All right. So I went up to Tanya and asked her to dance. And she said, no. And she giggled and all her friends were around and it hurt. I was embarrassed. I felt rejected. And so at the next dance, I didn't ask Tanya to dance. Now, at the second dance, Tanya looked at me across the room. Tanya and her friends walked past me, and Tanya said, hi. Hi, Seiko. How you doing? Tanya gave me the open door, but because of what happened to me before, I didn't put myself out there. Now, that's what happens to us when we don't believe we can. The open door might be like, yo, come through. Nah, son, I'm good. You ain't going to have me looking stupid. You're not going to have my feelings on the line again. I'm not going to take a risk. And the unfortunate yet fortunate thing about taking risks is the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. So on that third party, when I walked up to Tanya, it was like, yo, what's good? What's up? We danced. We had a good time. I got that telephone number. This is back in the day when there was a telephone on the wall. And I would talk for hours. And mom was like, get off that phone. And I'm talking. Then my father would knock on the door. I'm like hanging up the phone. Yeah. We had a phone in the kitchen and we had a phone upstairs in our parents' room. So, yeah, I would go into the bathroom and just talk on the phone. And yeah. So the challenge is what we believe affects how we handle things. When we look at that person that's in an abusive relationship, once they really believe that they can escape, they can. And sometimes they have to practice at it 3 or 4 times before they finally get the gumption to say, okay, this is going to work. I can take a chance.
Yeah.
And I have friends, one of which is on the documentary series, who helps particularly women. She helps women. She'll talk to men who are in abusive situations, but she goes all out for the women. And she has a process, and it's not in the documentary. This is an aside, but she has a process that teaches women in abusive relationships how to systematically leave because they don't think they can get out of it. But once they have a system, and they can try the system, I did steps 1, 2, and 3, and I'm still cool. I did 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I'm still okay. Then you think you can do 1 through 6. So that's just 2 examples. Me, it was LaTanya or Tanya. With her, it was the real situation of there is a system and there are strategies to help people who are in abusive relationships get out. And we're in an abusive relationship with our resources. We abuse our resources and they abuse us. Let me give you an example. Some of us waste money on food. And the food makes us heavier and unhealthier. Some of us waste money on cars that go down and decrease in value. So the money we spent on them when we first bought that brand new car, 3 years later, it's not what we put into the car. It's not the fact that we put these kits on the car. It's worth less. It's worthless. It's worth less. Right? That's an abuse of resource. if I gave you my daughter and I said, I want you to look after my daughter while I go on this date, and when I came back, my daughter was in way worse shape than when I left her, I'd be kicking your tail, right? Because that was an abuse of my resource. That was an abuse of my valuable. We're abusing our resources by spending them on things that don't give us a return on our investment. And professional development series like Generational Flip, which you can find on YouTube, is that professional development that allows us to understand how to better use our resources and not be abusive to them. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. We have to learn strategies. We have to take steps to come out of the abuse of our resources, to make our way towards generational wealth. I like that. So tell us about a few outstanding projects you are working on and how they relate to building generational wealth and legacy.
Oh, snap. Well, I've talked ad nauseum, but I've talked a lot about my documentary mixtape series, which can be found on YouTube. I keep plugging it. Look, the other thing that I've been doing, I'm doing two things right now, two projects. I've kind of narrowed myself down. I work with my fraternity. I work with the NAACP. I work with a mentorship group in my school. I work with a youth mentorship program. So I do some community stuff. The things, though, that, I have my entertainment company. I do the consulting. The thing that I'm really forcing myself, because I don't want to abuse my resource of time, the thing that I'm really forcing myself to do is the docuseries and the Hampton Roads Green Book. Now, when you introduced me, you said Seiko has this Hampton Roads Green Book, and our Green Book is something that I would love to see replicated, and I may end up replicating it in some other cities. Right now, we're doing it in Hampton Roads, which is the 7 cities: Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Portsmouth, Suffolk, Hampton, Newport News. I missed one. Norfolk. I don't know. The 7 cities. And we created a platform called the Hampton Roads Green Book, which is an online directory of our businesses, professionals, and organizations. So you trying to find out what the Qs are doing? You type in Omega Sci-Fi into the platform. It's an app and it's a website. So we have people downloading the app. It's a free app. You can find out what the Qs are doing. You want to find out if there's a new doctor that you can check out because you don't like your primary care physician. Well, you can just go to the app and say, hey, I'm looking for a doctor. And you might find, like, one of our newest ones is a sister named Katrina Wright. And she has the Hampton Roads Wellness Center. And she is a phenomenal doctor. My dentist I found in the Hampton Roads Green Book. I've been going to my wife's dentist all this time. And I said, you know what? I want to melanate my money movement, right? I want to melanate my money movement. So let me start with my dentist. Went to the Hampton Roads Green Book, found a great dentist, Dr. Keenan Davis. He's my dentist now. The other night, the wife and I were driving home. We work on houses from time to time. We were working on a house and we were driving back home, and she was hungry. And she's like, you know what? I really want something a little spicy right now. All right. You talking about food? Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's get some spicy food. All right. So we went to the Green Book and we found that there's a restaurant, a Latino restaurant called Belu's Colombian Chicken and Rotisserie, something like that. Yo, the food is banging. So this is an not Afro-Cuban. She's an Afro-Colombian sister who was from Cartagena, Colombia, and she brings her culture, her cooking culture from Cartagena, which is African-based. And that's why Shakira's hips don't lie, because Shakira came from Cartagena, right? Cartagena is, people like us are in Cartagena. Look, Cartegena, Colombia. Look at the pictures. You'll find us, right? So the food was banging, banging, banging. right? So wifey was happy. My point is, with the Hampton Roads Green Book, we have had the ability to place 1,800 plus businesses, organizations, and professionals in our platform. Here's the solution. This is what we're solving. We have to be solving a problem, right? There's no need in having a business unless you're solving a problem, right? Just because you want to cook, that's cool. But if you can solve a problem, if you can find a niche in the market, something that's missing that people are looking for, then you got a business. So we found that we don't circulate our resources as strongly as we did before. In the 20s, in the 10s, in the 30s, in the 40s, beginning of the 50s, we circulated our resources extremely strong, right? Well, nowadays we don't. So I think I said this last time, I say it a lot, so excuse me if you've heard me say it before, but in our community, the Black community, the so-called Black community, our dollar circulates 1 time. In our Latino community, it circulates 6 times. In the Asian community, the dollar circulates 9 times. In the general white community, the dollar circulates so much it cannot be measured. And in those communities that have high resource circulation, you have low poverty, you have low crime, you have low preventable disease, you have higher income brackets, and you have higher educational attainment. So the problem that we're solving is our resources in Hampton Roads don't circulate as strong. The numbers that I just gave you are national numbers. This really just deals with the United States of America, right? Those are national numbers. And our trends in Hampton Roads support those numbers that I just provided you. So we found a way by creating this app, by creating this website, and making sure that we put our people, our businesses, our professionals, our resources. You know, I talked earlier about abuse. The good thing with the Hampton Roads Green Book is you can have your phone and pull out and type in the Hampton Roads Green Book help. And it's going to give you 20 to 30 resources for somebody who needs help. The help might be somebody who's dealing with sexual assault. It might be somebody who's dealing with physical assault. It might be somebody dealing with food insecurity. It might be somebody dealing with homelessness. So we put together a resource platform that's going to allow our people to better circulate our resources. And when I say resources, and you say, hold up, you just talked about some stuff that doesn't sound like a business. That sounds like some government stuff. Yeah, we pay taxes. Our tax dollars funds some of the governmental programs. Those are our programs. One of the challenges is we don't know that there are a lot of government programs that can help take care of us. We have to look at what our tax dollars do so we can make sure we're not abusing by negligence our resources. And I said abusing by negligence because going back to my earlier example, you were babysitting my daughter and you were negligent. You weren't watching my daughter. You weren't making sure my daughter didn't do things that are dangerous. That's negligence. I can put your tail in jail for that, right? By not knowing what resources that our tax dollars pay for, we're being negligent. And that's a form of abuse. Man, I hope I answered your question.
You did. You did. Now, I've never heard of the Green Book app until you said something. So how can we find it? Is it just on Google Play? Where is it?
Yeah, if you live in Hampton Roads, the Hampton Roads Green Book only focuses on the Hampton Roads region of Virginia. So if you're in the 757, 2 up, 2 down for VA. If you're in the 757, you can go to your Google store, your Google Play store, or if your team iPhone, you can go to your Apple store and download the app, right? So you can download the app in your iStore. You can download it in your Play Store. You can go to the website. The great thing is, it's so important that we take our resources and make sure that they circulate stronger and longer. You know, think about it. If you stop breathing, which is a circulatory system, right? If you stop breathing, your respiratory system is circular, right? If you stop breathing, you have some issues. I'm a little congested right now. You can probably hear it in my voice. So I'm not breathing as well as I could, right? So the other thing is, if your blood stops flowing, your circulation becomes a problem. And our resources stop circulating. They became problematic. And not as a result, but in tandem, we've had a lot of problems in poverty, in crime, in preventable diseases that we can address better when we're all wealthier, when we circulate our resources stronger and longer. Look, when your cousin comes back home from prison and you have a business or organization that can hire them when everyone else is like, no, you're a criminal. But for you, you're like, yo, you cousin, you better not mess up though. I know where you live, right? We can do things that others won't, and others have traditionally not done for ourselves. And now, when you're paying your cousin and your cousin's taking care of grandma, everybody's living a little better. And your cousin's not having to mooch off of somebody. Everybody's living a little better. So, powerful people can hire them. They want to. Right? Powerful people can hire themselves and anybody else they want.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Is our time over?
Our time is up, and we want to thank you for your passion. I just want you to real quick, tell the people how they can reach you.
Hey, look, just go to YouTube, look for Generational Flip. That's Generational Flip. You can also go to generationalflip.com, but find us on YouTube, check out, and it has all the links to me, to our content, to that mind-bending, mind-producing, wealth-producing content. Get professionally developed and stay on code.
Thank you so much. I'll see you on the other side. Genius is coming. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, and Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090